1 2 3 soundcheck. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar. Iltimos barchangizdan o'z joylaringizni egallashingizni so'rab qolamiz. Konferensiya boshlanishiga bir necha daqiqalar qoldi. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We kindly request you to take your seats. In few minutes, the conference is going to start. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar. Sizlarni 4-chi Butunjahon kreativ iqtisodiyot konferensiyasida ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyatda mamnunmiz. Konferensiyaning 2-chi ish kuniga start berildi. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests and participants. We are truly delighted to see you at the 4th World Conference on Creative Economy, and the second working day of the conference has officially started from now. Hozir katta mamnuniyat bilan so'z atrof muhitni loyihalash dasturi Oliy dizayn maktabi Kyoto Saiko universiteti professori 2025-yilgi Jahon ko'rgazmasi bo'yicha Yaponiya uyushmasi raisining o'rinbosari Usubi Sakoga. Chiqish mavzusi kreativ hayot tarzining tadrijiy rivojlanishi. Please join me in welcoming Usubi Sako, Professor, Human Environmental Design Program and the Graduate School of Design, Kyoto Saiko University, Deputy Chairman, Japan Association for the 2025 World Exposition Japan, to the stage with a warm round of applause. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much to give me this opportunity to talk about the creativity and then the creative lifestyle. As I was introduced, my name is Usubi Sako, and I'm based in Japan at Kyoto, and also I am the vice chairperson of Japan Association for the next Universal Exhibition. Excuse me, can you? Okay, to go very quickly, I must say also my background. I come from Mali, West Africa originally, and I went to China for my undergraduate studies, so I spent 6 years in China. And after I moved to Japan for the last 33 years. So I've been living in Asia for almost 39 years. And I recently made a trip in Mali. So I wanted to share the contents of that trip. When I went to Mali, I started to ask small kids about how creative they are. So I asked them to draw, some think about like the future, about their life, and about also their cities. So this was very interesting to see how much young people are like involved into this kind of creativity world. So how do they take it seriously to think about what they want in the future? So that was something very interesting to me to see exactly, how to work with the kids in this era. So I was telling you I come from Mali. So Mali is used to be the kingdom of Ghana, the empire of Mali, and also Songhai from the 12th to the 15th century. And then when I came here, and I thanks also this organization to invite me, I saw a lot of music instrumental. So Mali also is a very, interesting country, and then also very deep into music. So because we use music to communicate, we use music to tell our history, and because we are a oral history country. So that was also something which amazed me, so when I came here. So very quickly, I don't know if I can play these instruments, but maybe I will try to see. Wow. I'm sorry, I think it's not connected. Let me very quickly introduce myself. I'm an architect and I'm professor of architecture, but recently I've been doing a lot of research about anthropology and architecture. So how people use space, how people use space to create architecture. So that was like, what I was doing. So for me, architecture is understanding as a tool of our identity or cultural identity. So I don't know if you've heard about Mali. I want to show you some architecture of Mali very quickly. So this is the Dogon County. So here we consider architecture as a living organic place. And also, if you see the vernacular architecture, and then this is also controversial to make the definition of vernacular architecture. This is also something very important because the vernacular is what we have as traditional, and then what we have are also a creative world. So for me, I wanted to take another look onto architecture. So what is this kind of traditional architecture? We call them architecture with our architects. So when we come to these kind of spaces, so what do we call creation? What is the creativity? And then those things are very important. So for example, when you speak also about cultural identity in this context, so it's also very important to see how people, they put themselves in their context of architecture. So that's something very important. So if you see the two pictures on top, that's Santa Fe in the US, and then you have Djenné and Timbuktu. So architecture also depends on the context, and then that's also very important to see when you talk about architecture. So about conservation also, we can learn a lot from conservation. This is Djenné, a city in Mali, and also here, the masons are very important. So I just wanted, remind you about like what is traditional creativity. So I have been researching about this traditional creativity for more than 30 years to understand exactly the base of traditional creativity to move into today's creativities. So I was also in search of a vocabulary for African architecture. So I start to design some architectures. For example, I design buildings based on what I've shown you now as a. Oh, I can go back. I'm sorry. So I was like taking the retails and trying to make a building from that. So architecture is also about that kind of vocabulary. For example, if you see Francis Kéré, who is the first African to win the Pritzker Architecture Prize, so he's also based on those kind of like, traditional, form and shapes. So this is what Kéré is creating actually. So all his shapes are from the traditional to the modern. So today, they invite me here to talk about the evolution of creative lifestyle. So first we have to understand what is the creativity, and also what is lifestyle in evolution. So to introduce you very quickly, so if we talk about creative lifestyle, it's a living in a way that emphasizes and nurtures creativity as a core aspect of one's identity. It involves activity seeking out experiences, expressions, and environmental that inspire creativity. So it's very important and very fundamental for us to have this creativity as problem solving, innovation, and personal satisfaction. It allows individuals to express themselves and connect with others. So let's go back and also look back at the historical context. So when we see from prehistory to the digital day today, we have a lot of changing in the creativity world. So when we come to the 21st century, it's the technological innovation and the value of creativity change. So the value is accessibility and democratization of creative tools have empowered individuals worldwide, encouraging global collaboration and exchange of creative idea. So I want to give you just a broad view about what is global today, because it's very important. So what does globalization mean? I'm sorry. So I put a very few words. So globalization for me is people, goods, money, and information move freely across national borders, and their value cannot be determined by the judgment of a single country. So it's very important to see that the creativity and the globalization are also together. And then one other thing, when we talk about globalization, so we have to make the difference between globalization and internalization. And then one other thing is, what is the most important factor, or what are the most important factors to recognize in a globalizing world? So it's diversity. So the diversity is the existence and perceived differences among individuals of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, socio-economic background, and ethnicity. Diversity is everywhere, workplace, schools, even here. But for me, when I was working with the diversity, I point out the importance of changing the majority consciousness. So it's very important not only to see a minority privilege, but to also see them that. So when we talk about creativity, we have to also understand that there is a big impact of technology evolution. So when we see the technology evolution, so as you can see here, the impact of technology on creative practices is profound, reshaped how art is made, shared, and consumed. From traditional innovations like the printing press and photography to digital tools and social media, technology has continuously expanded their boundaries of creativity. So enabling artists to innovate and connect with a global audience in unprecedented way. So this evolution underscores the importance of embracing technological advancements as integral to the future of creative expression. So when you see the evolution of what we call creative lifestyle, so we can see the evolution of the practices from the printing press to the 5, which is the virtual reality and the augmented reality. So we have a bound of transformation which has been possible according to technology transformation. So, and also the role of social media is very important. So before we had the democratization of creativity, collaboration and community, virtual culture and trends, influence culture, and educational opportunities also. Can I go back to the slide? Can I go back one before? Not possible? Okay, thank you very much. So this is an exhibition of manga and anime at the British Museum by my university. Kyoto Seika University is the only university to have a faculty of manga. We have also a doctorate of manga. So when you see here, what is very important, so in the British Museum, it was really like even unthinkable to see that people will exhibit manga one day. But when they exhibit manga, they had more visitors than any other exhibition. So which means there is a social shift into what we call the creative world and lifestyle. So that's what I call the cultural shift. So now, culturally, we are now changing from what we call a more, classic traditional one to what we see here, the values, and also everything is changing, social justice, equality. So everything now is including in the creative world. So let's go a little bit in detail. So what are the changing in our social values? So the creativity, the rise of influential culture, the digital native generations, as we call the millennials, and also the Generation Z. And also we have individuality and self-expression. So now, a lot of a movement are in feminism or LGBTQ or environmentalism, and the cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation and mental health all are also changing our creative lifestyle. So, and then also access to resources. So it's very important to see what are our actual resources to the creative world. So we can see a lot of also collaboration tools, and also a lot of design software, which is also facilitating all this work. So to make it, resume of what I was saying, so the integration of creativity in our daily life and our daily work. So we don't make the difference between work and now daily life. So which is very interesting because we are blending personal interest and work, pursuing passion projects and side gigs, also freelancing and gigs economy, and work-life and integration. So what are the future trends? So the future trends, as you know, is AR and also VR and all the robotics we have now, which is now helping us for our future trends. So I will go very quickly. So the emerging of new technologies as artificial intelligence and also the virtual realities. And we have also the potential shift in cultural attitudes. So the pace of life and its impact on creativity, and embracing personal expression and cultural shift. I wanted to show you a little video we are making, what we call a cultural encounter. I don't know if I can play the video. Can I play this video? No? No? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I move to the next. Sorry. So what I want to say, it's very important in our daily life to embrace creativity, to recognize your own creative potential, and also to integrate creativity in your daily life. So what I try to do, I try to encourage young people to be more creative, to let them meet arts, to let them also evolving into arts. So that's what I'm doing in Japan, in Mali, and elsewhere. So to try to see how we can maintain this creativity in their daily life, how they can grow with the creativity. So which is very important, and also that creativity should be manual to also digital. So that's what I want to suggest to everyone. Set aside time for creative pursuit, experiment with new hobbies, join workshops and creative communities, collaborate with others, and also document your own journey. So that can be also very important for your creativity lifestyle. So in Kyoto, where I live, we have a lot of occasion to showcase our creativities. So people get together. So this is a place where people are showing their creativities. But I don't have the video, but I will go very quickly. So this is also, an artist fair. It's for amateur. It's not for professionals. It's for students also. they come and exhibit, like their art. So we have a lot of places, so which shows how, it's very important in their daily life to be in contact with what we call the creativity lifestyle. Okay, I will. So this is an exhibition in the Museum of Manga in Kyoto about African manga. So which means there is no border for these creativities actually, and then there is also no different languages. So it's over the borders. So that's also something very important. We have to understand that art and technologies are going together, and social innovation and businesses. So that means the creativity is in our daily life, and then also we can live with it, and then we can also use it as a tool for a lot of innovations. So recently in Japan, we've been also talking about metaverse. So I'm evolving in some metaverse businesses. When you can see from the 2022 to now, the metaverse businesses is really growing. So this is also part of the creative lifestyle. Sorry. So I want to show you very quickly. This is my university when I was president until 2 years ago. So I try to introduce art as also a tool of learning and a tool of studies. So when you can see what we learn in my university, you can see a lot of creative arts. Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Design, Faculty of Manga, and Faculty of Media Creation when I start in 2021. Minutes, okay. But I can't use this. Can I go very quickly? I have to do like this? I want to go very quickly, but okay. I'm sorry. So one other thing, I just jumped that one, but I tried to make what we call shared campus. This is also the learning between different campuses, and also this is a video, but I'm sorry the video can be shown. So can I go quickly? So yeah, so here, so we bring universities together and to see how we share the contents of our creativity. So this is very important among young people to see how they can learn across borders, and also how they can learn from each other. So this is the shared campus system. You can be part of it, and then we can also use as a learning tool. So someone can go quickly with me? Can you go? I think this is also a space we create to make a conference with Metaverse. So this means even this kind of conference, in person is okay, but sometimes we can also create spaces to do it. Can you go for me? Yeah, please go. And I have been to some universities in the US, so now you know everywhere AI is part of the daily life. Can you go? Continue. Yeah, please continue to go. So in Japan, please go ahead. In Japan, we are talking about Society 5.0, so which means a society which refers to a new form of society following the hunter-gatherer, and also we have everything about AI. That means people and robots will live together. Next. Next to finish. Next, please go. Go ahead. Go. Continue to go. Continue. Continue. Okay, the last thing I want to talk is the Expo 2025, but we don't have time, but I will go quickly. Just show the video. Just show the slides. Please go. Please go ahead. Go ahead. So the new Expo 2025 is about designing future society for our lives. This is the theme today we have. So it's a creativity for lifestyle. It's a lifestyle which is designing based on the creative world and the creative technologies. Go ahead. So this is a sub-theme. Go, please continue. And then also, it's also a last stage for SDGs. Go ahead. And then this is now the construction site. Yeah, please go ahead. I don't know, like, go ahead. So we are expecting to have 161 countries and 9 international organizations. Go ahead. I don't know. Can you show this video? This is the last one. No? Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Okay, continue to go, please. So when you come to Expo, we are preparing a feature showcase project. So that means we have a virtual Expo, and also you can create your own spaces and also do your own activities in the Expo. Go ahead. So this is the slogan we have. So now we are in a very divided world. COVID-19, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, climate changes, and then we want Expo to reconnect the world. So that's our message for the Expo. Next. So my message for the future generations, go. So you have to understand who you are first. So who am I, who you are, who we are. So you have to discover yourself through dialogue and through others. And then also the meaning of creation and the meaning of thinking. And it's very important to don't be afraid and accept yourself, and also be always ready to ask questions about what you don't understand. That's the source of creativity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sako, for an amazing speech. Janob Sakoga minnatdorchilik bildiramiz ajoyib chiqish uchun. Bir necha daqiqalik tayyorgarlikdan so'ng panel muhokamalari boshlanadi. We will start the panel session after a minute of the stage preparation. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, navbatdagi sho'ba muhokamasiga taklif qilamiz barchangizni. Muhokama mavzusi madaniyat o'choqlari, muzeylar shahar makonida ijodkor jamoa uchun katalizator sifatida. Ladies and gentlemen, we start the next panel discussion topic: cultural hubs, museums as catalysis for creative communities in urban spaces. Please welcome speakers. Wang Hudong, director of the Palace Museum. Yannick Lintz, President, Gumet Museum. Sheikha Nasser Al-Nasser, Deputy Director of the Curatorial Affairs at the Museum of Islamic Art, Doha. Mareva Grabowski, entrepreneur and founder, M Studio. And the moderator, Babar Murza Sayomov, Head of Museums Development Department at the Agency of the Cultural Heritage. Please welcome.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for coming today. We are now here in a very beautiful place, and our topic today is very interesting: cultural hubs, museums as catalysts for creative community in urban space. Honestly, it's a very interesting topic for me also to understand, and it's a great pleasure to have all of you today, because you are directors of the key museums not only in the region but in the world. So it would be very interesting to know and share with ideas today. So first of all, I would like to ask Sheikh Nasser Al Nasser, director of the Islamic Museum of Islamic Art. We know that you have many kind of the programs, and it would be very interesting also to understand how the implementation of the MIA's program involving the creators. If you could share with your ideas.
Thank you so much. It's such a great pleasure to be with you here today. Yesterday, Her Excellency Sheikh Mayasa Al Thani, Qatar Museum's chairperson, presented for us insightful overview of the Qatar 25 years cultural strategy, highlighting the museums that have already been developed and the ones which are in progress. And today I will be sharing how the Museum of Islamic Art, MIA, in Doha not only preserve Islamic cultural heritage, but also acts as a dynamic cultural hub that contributes significantly to Qatar's creative economy, leading Qatar, located in Doha's Corniche, built on an artificial island designed by the renowned architect Interplay. MIA engages local and global communities through initiatives by fostering artistic collaborations, innovation, social engagement, becoming a key player in Doha's urban transformation. Through various programs, including workshops, lectures, and exhibitions, MIA invites visitors to explore the vibrant world of Islamic art and heritage. Through these initiatives, we inspire dialogue, artistic expressions, and a cross-cultural engagement. Through collaborations also with universities, artists, and cultural organizations. Through culture, okay, it's working now. Through collaborations with universities, with artists and cultural organizations, allowing MIA to go beyond traditional museum programming and exhibitions, positioning it as a driving force in Qatar's cultural scene. Let me highlight a few programs showcasing how MIA fosters creativity and community engagement. And these initiatives are designed to inspire the next generation in Qatar and beyond. The first program is called اكتشف, which means the first program, اكتشف, which means explore in Arabic, taking aspiring Qatari artists into cultural trips to countries such as India, Spain, and Morocco, immersing them in Islamic art and heritage by visiting museums and cultural sites and participating in workshops that are given by local artists and artisans. And upon their return, they create new artworks inspired by these experiences, showcased in exhibitions that blend local and international influences. This year's program featured multidisciplinary artists specialized in design, videography, fashion, jewelry, calligraphy, and visual arts, contributing directly to Qatar's creative industry. And as you can see behind me, some of the artworks that the artists have designed. One of them is a dress inspired by Moroccan fashion, and Dana Al Mulla, just last week, she had her first fashion show in Paris Fashion Week. And can you guess where we are planning to be heading next year?
No, it will be interesting to hear.
To Uzbekistan, inshallah.
Oh, really?
Yes. Another exciting initiative is Islamic Art Runway Fashion Journey, where designers reinterpret the traditional Islamic art motifs through contemporary fashion by participating in a series of workshops. This program bridges heritage with modern creativity, allowing designers to blend Islamic art tradition through today's style. This initiative underscores how Islamic art can influence creative sectors like fashion, offering new opportunities for local talents to thrive. And also we are in discussion with the Uzbekistan ambassador about organizing a fashion show at the museum that blends historical and modern dresses. And still speaking of fashion, our last contemporary exhibition titled Fashioning an Empire presented silks industry and fashion from the 16th century Isfahan. This exhibition included collaboration with M7 and together with local designers to reinterpret Mia's collection through contemporary fashion. The final section of the exhibition titled Fashion Forward showcased modern pieces inspired by historical textiles on display, blends tradition with fashion. This project, which features both established and emerging designers, highlighted the role of the past in shaping today's future and culture. Several of these unique creations were made from recycled fabrics, reflecting Mia's commitment to sustainability. And in our upcoming exhibition, Splendors of the Atlas, a voyage through Moroccan heritage, opening on the 2nd of November, we've included a contemporary art installation by the Moroccan artist Noureddin, and he is renowned for his sculptural creations, which blends tradition weaving techniques with innovative materials that are created in collaboration with local craftsmen. These programs and initiatives engage local talents and foster collaboration among various stakeholders to showcase the exceptional work. They also strengthen the sense of community within Qatar creative industry, demonstrating how Mia inspires creativity and cultural dialogue. And I'm happy also to talk further about our upcoming programs such as the Artist in Residence program and also about our local and international collaborations.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, it's very interesting, and now we understand, yeah, the main role of the international collaboration, which will impact on the creative economy. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Now, let me introduce Dr. Wan Hudong, Director of Palace Museum. Dr. Wan Hudong, we know that you have Zero Waste project, and we know that your museum is super crowded in China, in Beijing. And could you please tell us what brought the Palace Museum to implementing the Zero Waste project?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, all of you. I'd like to share some creative activities in Palace Museum. The Palace Museum, located in the heart of Beijing, was established in 1925. It is a large, comprehensive museum and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The museum protects the world's largest and best preserved historical palace complex, known as the Forbidden City. This imperial palace was completed in 1420 and has stood for over 600 years. Apart from the historical buildings, the Palace Museum houses nearly 2 million collections. They showcase the depth, the richness of Chinese civilizations. The Palace Museum is committed to the mission of protecting the authenticity and integrity of the Forbidden City and responsibly inheriting the outstanding traditional Chinese culture it carries. By implementing the 4 Palace Museum measures, including the safeguarding, academic research, digitization, and vitality, The museum promotes the revitalization and the use of this cultural heritage on the basis of conservation and research, creating the various cultural products and contents. These are integrated into public life, blending with urban spaces to foster the growth of creative communities and drive urban development. One example of this is the Palace Museum's famous painting, The Thousand Miles of Rivers and Mountains, one of the China's top 10 classic masterpieces. In 2019, the Palace Museum developed an immersive digital art exhibition based on this painting. The exhibition premiered in Macau and toured nationwide, drawing nearly 1 million visitors. Permanent digital galleries were also established and received widespread attention. Additionally, the museum collaborated with the China Oriental Performing Art Group to create a dance drama inspired by this painting. Since its debut, the show has toured over 70 cities with more than 600 performances. These projects have become important cultural milestones, contributing to urban, economic, cultural, and social development. Another example, the mythical creature Lu Duan is another very important collection in the Palace Museum. We create the very amazing the music drama just for children. From the 2022, which toured 14 cities with over 120 performances. The series of music products combine museum education with children's theater, is expanding the museum's role of social service. For over the decade, the Palace Museum covers culture and creative products and had led the creative industry in China with more than 10,000 variety of products by 2017. These products are sold both online and offline, which creative spaces in the museum and the major cities across the country. In 2020, the Palace Museum launched the Zero Waste project. In 4 years, we not only reduced the trash can from about 300 to 100, but also we have developed over 30 eco-friendly products and involved nearly 160 million people in this green initiative. This project has been showcased at the UN Climate Change Conference, encouraging cities worldwide to join the movement towards carbon reduction and green economic development. The Palace Museum's North Bridge, currently under construction, is located about an hour's drive from downtown Beijing. Once completed, it is expected to welcome over 3 million visitors annually, becoming a new cultural landmark. This new branch will boast the development of nearby businesses, tourism, and infrastructure, forming a creative community in the area and supporting urban growth. On the international stage, the Palace Museum's cultural resources represent the image of China. They serve as a bridge fostering exchanges across the international communities. Since 2011, the museum has independently organized over 50 exhibitions internationally and in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan region, and participating in 20 overseas exhibitions. During the 2024 Paris Olympics, we create a special exhibition in Paris on Chinese traditional sports culture. Today, the museum sector worldwide has developed into an open, interactive, and comprehensive system. The Palace Museum remains committed to using its cultural resources to foster open and coordinated urban development. In the future, we will continue to serve the needs of the society, promote the implementation of the global civilization initiative. And we also have 4 visions which are building the Palace Museum into a world-class museum, a model of world cultural heritage conservation, a leader in culture and tourism and integration in China, and a Chinese culture partner for intercultural dialogues. We welcome all of you to visit China and the Palace Museum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was very interesting. It's very important to remain the younger generation visiting the museums. And I would like to ask you, Dr. Yannick Lins, the director of Guimet Museum, how is important the role of the involving the young generation, and what kind of the cultural and educational programs creating the stronger community engagement?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, of course. And could we maybe start by the video, if it's possible? Please. With the first slide. Of course, in a few minutes, I just would like to give you an overview of our strategy. And like you, Dr. Wang, I invite you, all of you, to come to Paris, the place to be after the Olympic Games, Musée Guimet. I would like, as you see here, to maybe to focus on two questions. First one, how to become, when we are Musée Guimet in Paris, the bridge between Asia and France. Second is, of course, the link between the past and the present for, as you have mentioned, the young generation. So maybe second slide, please. Okay. So I was appointed as president of Musée Guimet by President Macron in November 22, in what I should say is for all of us a new word. So as a new strategy of what could be the place of this most important National Museum of Asian Art in Europe should play, I just thought that it will be in our new world with a lot of questions about past and present, about civilizations, about cultural dialogues. Of course, I think, I'm convinced that Musée Guimet has to play an important role in this cultural hub. And the creativity of this old museum that was founded at the end of the 19th century is to create those new conditions of dialogue between generation, dialogue between civilization. So here, it's maybe for me a symbol of this strategy. As you know, Dr. Wang, we have this year, for the 60 years anniversary of celebration of the diplomatic relation between France and China, a special Chinese year, with a lot of exhibition, traditional exhibition, of course, about monochrome porcelain, about Ming Dynasty, gold, Tang Dynasty also. But this is now the new facade of the Musée Guimet. I think in a strategy to have a new dynamic, a new creativity, it's important to have symbol. The facade of a museum is very strategic because I wanted to change the vision of the museum, to turn it from an old school museum to a new type of museum in the middle of this new world. So here it's arts work commissioned to a Chinese artist. You can see her here on the back of the photo on your right, Chong-er from Shanghai. And I asked her to create something symbolic of this new dynamic turned to new audiences, to new generation. And of course, she created this work, very Chinese. Now, when you are on the Eiffel Tower in Paris, you can see a red building in Paris. And everyone knows now that this red building in this Chinese year is Musée Guimet. The title of her work is The Guardians of Time. And this is for us very symbolic because I think that for young generation, one thing that is important is how to link the past and the present. There are, of course, all our young people are involved in the present, and they don't understand from where it comes from. They just think it comes from anywhere. And Musée Guimet has the chance to be a heritage museum, like all our museums. And so for us, the idea is how to become attractive, and it starts on the facade, to invite new public, those new generations, to enter, to be curious, and to enter inside, and then the experience starts. The experience is how to bring them from their present culture, their present cultural activities to the understanding of where does it come from, and go to the collection. Maybe can we go to the next slide and the last one? Okay, so what does it mean more concretely? Of course, this link, as you have seen on the facade, and as you may imagine, is of course very important also to create the link and the hub, because it's the word of the day, between Asia and France. And Dr. Wong knows it. We signed an agreement a few months ago. For me, it's important to bring this new vision, this new dynamic with Guimet Museum in Asia, and to make Asian people better understanding what is the European heritage of Asian civilization. This is the message that Musée Guimet can bring to Asia. And it can also, of course, with all the invitation we do to Asian countries through exhibitions, through young professional human exchanges, through artists, etc., for cultural programs, it has to bring to Musée Guimet a good vision for young European people of what is Asian, what are, because of course there are many, what are Asian cultures. Here, of course, a few images showing you all those programs that can help us to work on this way to keep young generation conscious of what is Asia in creativity, in art and culture. And maybe just to finish, it was interesting to see in the first presentation the manga exhibition in the British Museum. It's also part of our strategy by programming new type of exhibition. Of course, Guimet is the place to go when you want to see in the West the best exhibition about traditional and ancient Asian art. And it will remain the place to come for such big traditional exhibitions. But we will, for instance, next year, next November, have also our exhibition on mangas. And I think it's, as I told you, the way to take the young generations, every young generation loves mangas, to take them from their manga passion and to show them that this manga phenomenon has an in the past. And in 26, I'm just coming from Korea because we are preparing a special year devoted to Korean culture and art. And we will have in all the different exhibitions about Korean heritage and Korean creativity, an exhibition about K-beauty. So this is a new way, I hope, to be attractive and have, so to be in capacity, I hope, to be responsible of what we should do today in a National Asian Art Museum in the West. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting, and of course, every time to use some different things than the classic one, like the exhibitions and others. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. If you could name the girl who made from Shanghai, you said?
Yes, her name, she's a designer. She could be here today.
Yeah.
She lives in Shanghai, in fact, often between Paris and Shanghai. She did furnitures, many things, but here it was a challenge, a monumental artwork.
Yeah. We know that the impact of technology nowadays is very important, and if I may, I can ask to Dr. Mareva Grabowski-Mitsokis, creative consultant, about the impact of technology. How has technology changed the way museums interact with the communities, and what innovative approaches are being used to engage visitors, if I may?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here today, and thank you for these 3 excellent presentations, a perfect example of what I would like to talk about. First of all, I think museums are no longer what they used to be. They're not anymore repositories of artifacts. You have here 3 excellent examples of how they have managed, their directors have managed to turn around and to basically influence the changes and the complexities of societies today, plus the speed of technology and making their museums relevant. Because one of the problems that we encounter, especially in the last decade, because I would say that the relevance and the change has happened in the museums have really taken in the information in the past 20, 30 years that things had to change. But especially in the last 10 years, with technology and the AI, they felt that and the AI right now, because the speed at which technology is changing the way the museum is relevant is incredible. We don't realize the challenge of these museums, what they have to go through. So these are 3 perfect examples where you see the collaborations, where you see technology along with a dialogue of an old museum, meaning traditional museum, having a dialogue with a contemporary artist. The same in Beijing, because it is going to be extremely hard for me and challenging. How do you bring in the younger generation? The younger generation can be approached in 2 ways. In order to see the past, the tradition, the culture, the history, you need to somehow intrigue them. And the way to intrigue this generation is not the technology that they have at home so that they don't set foot to the Musée Guimet. Is how do you bring in the student to see the history? It's not by showing the history, he will not come in. You have to make it attractive. And by bringing an exhibition where the exhibition is contemporary, you get them to see through another eye the history that the museum is set to be there for. So I think I'm actually very happy to hear about what these museums are doing, because technology has taken over, and has taken over in such a speed that it is scary sometimes. The way to make the museums an experience is by acting on workshops, exhibitions, that are attractive to the younger generation, along with technological advance in the museum. One of the things, though, that I would like to mention is that the next step that is going to be a challenge is the urban spaces that are surrounded by the museums. How do you include these urban spaces? How do you include architecture? How do you include the space around the museum? Because that also is going to be a big challenge. But I think that one of the interesting parts that we have encountered is that museums go at a very fast speed in their interaction with technology and new ways of approaching the younger generation and bringing in visitors, because the visitors is the biggest challenge. How are you going to bring them in? It's not technology that's going to bring them in, and unfortunately it's not AI that's going to bring them in. It's tricks that have to do with dialogues of the past and the present, and include them in the whole project in order to make it attractive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, actually, I agree with you too much. Using of the technologies, also they could decrease of the interest of the young generation for the visiting the museums. Thank you very much. Very interesting question is what exactly measures can museums take to ensure that their space and programs are accessible and inclusive for diverse? It would be very interesting to shortly know all of you the opinions, as you are organizing weekly, monthly, and each month, each year, kind of the interesting cultural programs and the measures.
I'd like to introduce deeply the project Zero Waste in Palace Museum.
Okay.
As you know, since the ancient times, Chinese people has valued the laws of nature, emphasizing the oneness of all things and the unity of nature and man. This highlights the harmonious relationship between humans and nature, advocating for harmony and coexistence. China's new development concept includes green development as a key component. The Palace Museum is dedicated to preserving the authenticity and integrity of the Forbidden City and promoting China's outstanding traditional culture. China government announced its goal to peak carbon emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. As a World Cultural Heritage Site, the biggest museum and the most traveled tourist destination in China, the Palace Museum, with over 15 million visitors annually, is a key player in China's culture and tourism sector. Through its Zero Waste project, the museum aims to promote environmental protection, recycling, and green development to the public. That's our one. We hope everybody join us to share this experience, to create the very peaceful and the green world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question is to Dr. Yannick Lins for future trends. Looking ahead, we know that the future is coming, and the role of museums within urban environments and how they can adapt to meet the future requirements, to involve in the future the visitors and the needs for the community.
Yes, of course, it's an important question. For us, modestly, the first answer is what you have seen, the facade, because it's too anonymous in the architecture of the area. So I want Musée Guimet to be seen from everywhere in Paris. And now the taxi driver says, when we want to go to Musée Guimet, that they don't know mainly, they say, the red building. So it starts. Another initiative that we will start, it will start end of this year, is the opening all over cities in France, what we will call Guimet Plus. That means some little Guimet. It's agreement during 4 years with every year a new program devoted to China, to India, to Himalayan world, and Japan, of course. And those little Guimet will stay in a city. So we would like to go to the people before the people will come in the big museum in Paris. So those are two ideas, but of course we can have other one also. Maybe I would just add to all what you have said. I think I agree. Museums are going very quickly in another vision. But what is for all of us, I think, always important is to evaluate what we do. Now we are all in the time of initiatives. But I think it's very important not to be in a dream, but to evaluate in reality if this young generation will really be touched by our message.
Thank you very much. It would be very interesting to ask the audience idea or the question. If you have any questions or some ideas. Yes.
Hello, dear museum directors and all these organizers. My name is Dana. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dana, and I came from Kazakhstan, Shymkent. For nowadays, I have the biggest collection of Kazakh handmade carpets, more than 1,000 pieces of our inheritance, and around 1,500 exponents all over. Besides, I have more than 250 carpets that came with Arab missionaries in 8th centuries to our culture. For all these years, I made research for them, and I found very interesting knowledge. For now, they are forgotten, at least in my culture. And I would like to maybe ask you to come. I would like to invite you to my private museum, and so probably in the future we can contact and prolong this research. And I have idea that if we will show and maybe if we will show the beauty of the past time to the new generations, so probably this will help to pay attention for young generations to maybe raise the love to old time and maybe repeat it. In this way, we can popularize all it, and it will work in nowadays in economics, and it will help to create it.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, the support of the local and the international creators is very important. Of course, we will share with you the context of us, and you can send us the information about your museum. Yeah, thank you very much. It was really interesting panel. If you have questions or some additional opinions, thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Speakerlarimizning har birlariga chuqur minnatdorchilik izhor qilamiz. Rahmat. We express our deep gratitude to our speakers with a round of applause. Bir necha daqiqalik tayyorgarlikdan so'ng davom etamiz. Next session will be started in a minute. Va shu o'rinda o'zbek va rus tillardagi tarjimani tinglash uchun quloqchinlardan foydalanishingizni eslatib o'tamiz. Dear guests, participants, if the translation into Uzbek and Russian languages is needed, please ask the volunteers for headphones. Qarshi olishingizni so'raymiz. Francesco Amfiteatrov, Louis Vuitton soatlari va zargarlik buyumlari badiiy rahbari. Marhamat, kutib oling. The ladies and gentlemen, we invite to the stage speaker Francesco Amfiteatrov, artistic director, Louis Vuitton Watches and Jewelries. Please welcome with a round of a warm applause.
Hello, everyone. There you go. I would like to start by saying I'm delighted to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies and ministers, it's thrilling to be here as a creative. We've heard so many different brilliant speakers talk to us about structures, legal institutions. I want to talk to you about creativity from an artistic director point of view, and I'd like to really address this talk to designers, aspiring designers, and students. Obviously, I'd like to start with giving you a little bit of background of my career. I'm very mixed, from lots of different countries, but I studied in England. I went to art school in England. I'm not English, but England has had, over the decades, the best art education in the world. That is because in England, post-war, after the Second World War, to really restart industries, they created art schools. They created art schools for students to learn craft and creativity so that it would create jobs. And little did they know that these institutions, which were free, became the crucible of creativity in the world. If you think of Alexander McQueen, John Galliano, Stella McCartney, Phoebe Philo, I can go on and on and on, Damien Hirst, Tracy Emin, the list is endless. All of these people would not have gone to art school had they not been free. Now, this is not the case anymore, which is quite sad, but what it's done is it's created generations of boundless creativity that is really based on talent and merit and nothing else. So here I am. This is in the workshop of the Royal College of Art. I went to Chelsea Art School, Central St. Martin's Royal College of Art. So I came out of art school having no idea what I would do, and I set up a company immediately and started working. And I became very successful very quickly, but I didn't quite know how to run a business. But nonetheless, I was picked by a lot of brilliant talents like Karl Lagerfeld, who asked me to design for Chanel and for Fendi, and I made pieces for Marni, for lots and lots of brands. And I kind of then realized that maybe it was not a bad thing to start to work for other companies rather than run your own business. I also started working for Alessi because I met Alberto Alessi at my graduation at the Royal College, and I've worked with them ever since. So I'm a very prolific person. I like to work with a lot of different materials, and I like to work with a lot of different people. And I'd love to click to the next image, but it's not quite working. There you go. So I then started working at Garrod, Aspirin Garrod, which is the oldest jeweler in England. It makes all the crowns for the royal family, all the jewelry from Princess Diana's engagement ring onwards. And I also made a lot of furniture for some of the most incredible houses with Muriel Brandolini in New York. So I'm very prolific, and I love working in a lot of different materials, and I love to be given lots of challenges. Then, about 10 years ago, I was headhunted to run Tiffany, to become the creative director of Tiffany. And I was happily living in London. I had just had 2 children, married, bought the house of my dreams. But, you know, adventures, opportunities, challenges come to you in life for a reason. So we all moved to New York. And I arrived at Tiffany, and I had a little sketch in my sketchbook, because ever since art school, I still sketch by hand. Obviously, I know how to use Illustrator, Photoshop, and other materials, but I still always sketch by hand. And I came with this sketch. This was in my book. I showed it to my CEO at the time, and we decided to halt everything Tiffany was doing. And Tiffany's a big company. It's a difficult company to stop on its track and change direction. And within 9 months of my first day at Tiffany, we launched the Tea Collection. The Tea Collection became the fastest growing collection that any jewelry brand has ever created. It made $1 billion in 2 years. It's still, to this day, its pillar, and it really kind of represented what Tiffany stands for, which is a New York simplicity, a New York elegance, because Tiffany's not American, it's a New York brand. It's the only luxury brand that America has, and it's really has a special character, which I try to always convey. So I think one of my talents is to go into a house, go into a maison, and really understand the spirit, the soul of that house. So the Tea Collection became a huge success, and just before I left, we launched Hardware, my second fine jewelry collection. Hardware, again, is a very successful brand, a very successful collection for Tiffany. It's chic, it's timeless, and that's a challenge. How do you create something that is relevant, which is a word we've heard a lot, which is an extremely important state of being, and timeless, because jewelry has to be both. It has to be something that is instantly recognizable and relevant, but that you love every day a little bit more, because it's going to last longer than you. So you need to have these kind of clashing tensions within the designs that you create. Now, I'm giving you this background as well of my career to also really show students and aspiring designers that you don't need to have it all planned out. What you need to do is to really know your craft, to really study, to really learn, to really go deep in what you want to do, because then you'll have the freedom to do whatever you want. Because if you really know who you are, you can just travel. You can go far and wide, because at the core, you know what you're doing. So one other project I did at Tiffany was I heard that Tiffany didn't discontinue collections or items. They retired them. And I thought this was so charming. This held so much Tiffany's kind of elegant, slightly waspy way of being. And so I created an out-of-retirement collection. And nobody at Tiffany liked this name. They all thought it was very negative. I thought it was charming. So I went to Dover Street, and they loved it. And Ray Kawakobu from Comme des Garçons told me that she was in love with Tiffany, and all she wanted in life was a tiara and pearls. And it's so amazing coming from one of the most avant-garde designers in the world to know that she had this obsession. So we created, for the first time in the Dover Street Market history, a presentation that went to every single point of sale of Dover Street Market. So, you know, Tokyo, New York, London, and so on. And it was a huge success. We relaunched designs that had been discontinued and new ones. And again, I'd love to click. There you go. So these are some of the old designs reinterpreted and some of the new designs. And then we had little things like the Chinese takeout box as a little pill box. We had the fish flask, drink like a fish, and, you know, the trumpet. If it's your birthday, everyone needs a silver trumpet. And these kind of very Tiffany-esque, charming things, together with really beautiful, famous displays that Tiffany was known for doing in the 60s and 70s. So you can see that you can have fun, you can play, you can bring different energies into a brand. And then, of course, Tiffany has a high jewelry collection called the Blue Book. Now, I had never done high jewelry in my life. So when they told me to create a blue book, I literally created a book because I didn't really know what else or how else to approach it. And I approached it from a storytelling point of view, from a narrative, from a curatorial point of view, having had such a close connection to the art world and being surrounded by artists. And so my first Tiffany Blue Book, da-da-da-da, this is a very delicate clicky, voila. My first Tiffany Blue Book was called The Art of the Sea. And this is Kate Blanchett going to the Oscars wearing a little black dress, which has never really been done because when you do the red carpet at the Oscars, you really want to dress up. And she just wore a little black dress and this necklace, and she just said, I don't need anything else with this necklace. And my relationship with Kate started from that day, and it's been going strong for 10 years now. She's an amazing supporter of everything I do. Sorry, apologies, I'm still really trying to click this. There you go, oops. And this is Emma Stone, again, at the Oscars, wearing the Art of the Sea bracelets. And some more fabulous pieces of jewelry. Here's a yellow diamond ring. Very rare to find yellow diamonds, cut in a brilliant round cut. And other gorgeous pieces. So I thought, since this is really a conference on creativity, I'd love to just show you lots of amazing things. Nothing better than a sparkly jewel. So this was the first Blue Book. And obviously, Tiffany is known for its animals. So we had lovely little frogs with yellow diamonds, black enamel, and Tsavorite eyes, and a matching ring. And we always had these two crazy clients who would fly in from Asia on their planes, trying to overtake each other to come and buy all the Tiffany animals. And a little salamander. Gorgeous. Obviously, these were very successful. They were very much loved. I am glad to say that all the jewelry that I did for Tiffany has never ended up in auction, or I think 1 or 2 pieces, which shows that when people buy these pieces, which are pretty unusual and quite impressive, they buy them because they love them. So I kind of fell into high jewelry, and I think because I don't have a Place Vendôme or traditional jewelry background, I approach it in a different way. So as I said, I approach it from a narrative point of view, but I also approach it from a kind of fashion point of view, or theatrical or costumey or dramatic. And so I create things that are very unusual using incredible materials. Everything always has to have a lot of movement. Everything has to feel like it's part of your skin. These are very hard materials, so it's very important to make them feel fluid and soft and become part of you. So my relationship with Tiffany ended after 3-4 years, and I moved to Louis Vuitton, where it gets interesting here, because Louis Vuitton is not really a house known for jewelry. And of course, they had opened a store in Place Vendôme, which is the famous square for the biggest jewelry houses in the world. And they had started to work with a great gymnologist. And I came in, and there was literally one other person with me. It was a real startup situation. But Louis Vuitton is very particular. Everything Louis Vuitton does, when they do it very seriously. So I came on board, and I immediately got to work, because of course there was a lot to do and very few people there to help me. The first collection I did is Blossom, which is a very famous collection for Vuitton because it's based on their monogram. And these are some, I've gone too fast, never mind. These are some of the pieces that we created, which still sell today very well. And I wanted to add scale and color and an element of youth and fun. And then the second collection I did is Vault. And this was more of a kind of an urban collection, more unisex, more really geometric and graphic. And again, we created these amazing kind of mesh-like, beautiful bracelets. And then, of course, really simple things that are very recognizable. And, you know, Vuitton is the first company in the world to patent and protect their logo. So Louis Vuitton immediately registered everything, which was incredibly clever of him. And here we took the logo and changed the proportions and put a diamond inside the V. So this was my foray into how I started at Vuitton. Here we have some knuckle rings, really comfortable to wear, really unusual. And then, because we have crazy ambitions and because everything is possible at Vuitton. It is a company that has a lot of courage. It has a lot of attitude to break the rules a little bit. We're not a traditional jewelry brand, so we can kind of do what we want. And I think it's this vision and it's this belief in creativity and talent that really propels Vuitton to always strive for more. And so what we did is we decided to cut diamonds in our own very complicated, incredible cut. So the first cut that we did is the star cut. Now, diamonds don't like to be cut inwards. And what we did here is we had 4 different stress points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 points. And the points have to align perfectly for the diamond not to shatter. So it's very complicated. And this is the classic example of technology and craftsmanship allowing you to do something that nobody has done before. Technology to analyze a rough stone, to laser cut it so that you don't have waste, and then a craftsman to actually grind it and facet every single facet on the stone. So this is a perfect example of how using technology can advance craftsmanship. And of course, because we're ambitious, we then ended up doing a collection, which is not really an engagement bridal collection, but it totally can be. And we have had to really build this from nothing. So we go to the mine, we buy the rough, we've basically registered the cut. We've then had to train a whole group of cutters to cut our special cuts. All the way to the store, we go from mine to finger, and we have a way to trace everything. So it's been an incredible thing to do. I've been at Vuitton for 6 years. We did this in the last, we launched this 2 years ago. So it's an amazing, fast-paced reality that we have at Vuitton, and everything is possible. And you can see, you know, it's obviously Vuitton, so you know that the quality is there, the traceability is there, you know that everything has been done in a certain way. And this is Damier, which we're launching actually in 2 weeks. It's going to be in store. Very simple, very timeless, beautiful bands of rings and bracelets. And then, of course, we did some pavé versions for a different price point. So because we are a little bit crazy at the same time as doing this cut, we ended up buying the second largest rough in the world, which actually just was overtaken a few months ago when they just uncovered and mined another ginormous rough. Now, this rough is all covered in carbon, but inside it's white. And it's known as the Sewello. It's, as I said, it's now the third largest rough in the world, and we will never cut it. We just bought it as a kind of as a piece to have and to support the mine. And you can see here the second cut is the flower cut. So now we have the flower cut and the star cut. So 2 cuts that really have advanced diamond cutting unbelievably, because really there hasn't been an interesting cut since the Marquise, and that was hundreds of years ago. This is just to give you an idea of scale of the rough of the Sewello. So that's our foray into diamonds. And then just last year, we launched our first collection of jewelry for men. And this is called Le Gaston. And Gaston Vuitton was the grandson of Louis Vuitton. He was a collector. He was an erudite. He was amazing at sketching. This is one of his sketches. He even won prizes for his drawing. And we recreated a installation when we launched it, really based on everything Gaston stood for. And we sort of reintroduced him as a member of the family because he wasn't really that well known. So I'm showing you this because I think it's important to understand the depth one can go to when creating collections and when launching products. You don't need to just work on the product itself or on the object itself. You can create a whole immersive world around it. You can add learning. You can add storytelling. You can add so many different facets to make it more, to give it more depth, to give it more meaning, to make it become part of your story. And I think that's incredibly important as designers, as we're telling tales. Here we have, for example, a draftsman pen, because he always drew, and everything is in blue titanium and yellow gold, which is interesting. Thank you. I can go a little bit faster. Right. Then we launched another fine jewelry collection, Ombre, which is pink gold and little diamonds. Now, I'm showing you all of this because it's interesting to see the pace that we go to at Vuitton. We built this category out of nothing. And this is interesting for you guys here because you are doing that. You are about to embark on that. You have great craftsmanship in your country. You have amazing embroidery, ceramics, metalwork. You have materials. And it's up to you as designers to combine that with the savoir-faire. And then you can really start to build something new. We've done this in 6 years. That's nothing. That's a blink of an eye in the world of jewelry, which is hundreds and hundreds of years to create very traditional, very well-known brands that also can become a little bit old-fashioned in a way. So you can come in and, with courage and confidence, you can actually create a whole industry. We're now the fastest growing category at Vuitton. We have 200 people in the category, that work in the category. I have nearly 20 designers now in my team. All of this has just been done through vision, energy, conviction, and a lot of confidence, I have to say. So don't doubt yourself. Then we started high jewelry. Now, high jewelry was, again, a new thing. Nobody would think Louis Vuitton high jewelry. And here we have a necklace, which is the famous bow that when you open the trunks, has always been this bow that was really the bow that Louis Vuitton used. A 10-carat star-cut diamond. Now, what's interesting is that the bow moves. You can move it. It's on rails like a train. The diamond pops out, and you can wear it on a ring. And you can just wear the necklace without the diamond if you're feeling more casual that day. Here we have a beautiful emerald necklace. Again, each one of these pieces tells a story of Louis Vuitton's life, because this collection, the Bravery collection, was celebrating the birth of Louis Vuitton. And Louis Vuitton here is described in this collection as a young man. Nobody thinks of Louis Vuitton as a child that left home age 14 and walked to Paris. It took him 2 years from the region near Switzerland that he grew up in to walk to Paris, because he took odd jobs along the way to feed himself. And then he arrives in Paris, penniless, doesn't know anyone, and he gets a job at a trunk maker. And he sees that the world is about to change. He sees that the world is about to speed up. Locomotives, cars, and he understands, and so he creates the first flat trunk. This necklace is La Constellation d'Hercule. This marks the constellation of the sky in Jura, where he was born on the day he was born. So everything is filled with narrative. This is the Passion necklace, which is the inside of a Louis Vuitton trunk bed, which he created. And this is called Le Mythe, the myth, because it has all the Louis Vuitton codes. So this is pure legacy. This is the legacy that Louis Vuitton created in his lifetime that, again, goes back to what I said. If you know who you are, you can do anything. If you know at the core what's in your soul, your DNA, you can really transform it into anything, even a necklace. So this is another collection of high jewelry. This is Spirit. So Spirit is about the spirit animals of Louis Vuitton and our community, our clients, the spirit that they have. So this is the Grace necklace, and obviously it's inspired, well, obviously to me, but it's inspired by the phoenix. And here you have this incredible Savorite, which is also removable, and a diamond and baguette diamond necklace. Now, everything moves. Everything has an inside linking system that allows the necklace to be completely supple. So it allows us to create these big necklaces, important necklaces and other pieces, because the weight is evenly distributed all over the body. And of course, then you have all the bracelets and rings and brooches that go with it. Again, we had to come up with our own imagery, find the photographers, art directors we wanted to work with, and we have been using these kind of shadow figures, which you will now see most other brands have copied us and are using too. We tend to always mix metals, so we use a lot of different colored golds. I like that a lot. This is the dragon necklace based on the scales of the dragon with the earrings. And also what we do is we've launched a lot of stones that were not really used in high jewelry. This is a mandarin garnet, again, unusual for high jewelry. This necklace moves completely. It's literally, it opens up. It doesn't have a hinge. It's totally supple. You can see the linking system between each element and the drawings and the stone. So here another piece with rubies. Again, rubies are rare, this size, emerald cut. We were also the first brand to support mines for rubies in Africa. Nobody does. and it's also very unusual. And now they all do, because we don't want to support Myanmar or any military activity. And so we really were the first ones to launch rubies. And again, this is over 10 carat, very unusual, because rubies tend to lose their color. This is to show you, it takes us 2 years to make these pieces. It's quite incredible. And we have become maybe the most successful high jewelry launches that we do yearly out of everyone. So it's pretty extraordinary that we've done that. Now, this is to show you the level that we go to. So this is a performance we did in Athens 2 years ago, but we don't have any volume. I'll fast forward because you need the volume on this. And this is how we show our collections. This was in Athens. This was deep time. We had bought all these original natural objects. So we go into the presentation, the content, the video. Here, this is the volcano necklace. All these stones were actually formed in lava. Again, an ancient Roman hand holding the bones necklace. And go on and on. I mean, we have made so many pieces. It's kind of incredible. And this is a phenomenal necklace that is made with zircons, the oldest stone on the planet, not fake diamond zircons. And these are Mexican opals from a mine that has stopped producing over 100 years ago. So again, not always do you see that the pieces are obviously designs that you know and you recognize. We try and create something a little bit new. This is the wave necklace and all the other pieces with it. And here, an incredible mixture of two different stones that you would never see together. And this is the drift necklace. This is when the continents drifted and the sea cooled down and the sun started to shine. This is origin. This is the first cell. So this is really, what it's doing is it's telling you about the history of the world. And we just go through this storytelling. This is plants. These were the early plants on the planet. Again, round emeralds, very rare, yellow gold, flight with a bird picking at the stone, pecking at the stone, and skins with, again, super rare stones, seeds. So I'll flick through it quite fast. And then it ended with the flower, the last design that nature created. And this is last year's collection, Awaken Hands, Awaken Minds. This describes 100 years of French history when craftsmanship really exploded and luxury began in the country of France. Post the revolution, the guilds were given the freedom to work with anyone, and they exploded. And then in the second half of the 19th century, industrialism started, and this is all based on railways and electricity and positivity and mechanization, and it ends with the Tour Eiffel. So we also showed an enormous diamond, 40 carat, orange pink, which is the Coeur de Paris. So it's when you stand under the Eiffel Tower and you look up. Now, I'm showing you all of this to show you what really you can achieve in just 6 years. Obviously, I have the good fortune of working for the biggest brand in the world, and so I have a very good support. But really, without the vision and without the conviction and without knowing what you want to say, none of this would happen. So we continue to strive forward. And one of my most precious relationships I have is with Cate Blanchett. And what I've been doing with her, and this is really a personal relationship. This is not a relationship that goes through the Vuitton kind of marketing brief business. We decided to take pieces that Vuitton had in the archive, in the safe, and take them apart. These were pieces that were made before I arrived. They're fairly old-fashioned looking pieces. And I repurpose them and redesign with them. And we want to start this dialogue of repurposing fashion, repurposing jewelry. And jewelry's made for it. So she turned up at the BAFTA, again, with a little black dress and this necklace. And it made all the front pages. And then we took the same elements and created another piece. This was for, I think, Cannes. And then just recently we did this piece that then she re-wore a month ago in Venice. So it's a really beautiful natural relationship that just comes from understanding each other as creatives. There is no financial exchange here. It's purely the belief that we both share. And we get to create amazing things together. So why it's important for me to show you this is that you don't know what you're going to end up doing. That's the great journey of life. That's the great journey of a creative, is to be open for what's next, is to be on the edge of what's coming next. And I'm thrilled to be able to have shared this with you and to be able to just show you lots of gorgeous pieces of jewelry and to just see what you can create in whatever medium you choose to be in. Now, any questions? We only have time for a very, very few. Thank you, thank you. Any questions, anyone? I think we've run out of time. There's one. Can we do one? There's one over there.
Hello.
Hello.
We're really glad to see you in our capital today in Uzbekistan.
Thank you.
And my question is, how do you find inspiration for all of these beautiful pieces that you crafted? This is my question.
I start with a story. I start with a concept, and that concept has to feel extremely relevant to me, and it has to feel relevant really to Louis Vuitton, to the story of the maison. I think that once I feel that story is really kind of growing and gets me excited, I start researching, and I do a lot of research, and I love the research. I love learning and studying, and what I do through that is I kind of create, I suppose, a book. I go back to the original blue book. I create chapters. And then I do a research on imagery for each one, and then I add the stones. Now, this is completely the opposite to what every other brand does. They start with the stones. I don't. I do work very closely with everyone in my team, and it's a huge team effort, and you're only as good as your team. So I have to really be thankful that I'm surrounded with amazing talent. But I start to really kind of create a story that I feel people want to hear and want to learn. And I know that a lot of our clients love buying our jewelry because the story touches them inside. It gives them a closer appreciation to the piece. So I think that's just my way of doing it, but it seems to be really working. And I feel that I add layers and layers and layers. So I don't just make a beautiful piece of jewelry, hopefully a beautiful piece of jewelry, but I add so many more layers. And the video that we didn't have the sound, unfortunately, for example, in Athens, we did this incredible performance with an amazing Greek choreographer, Dimitris Papanayou, who did the opening of the Olympics. So you can just bring talent to you as well to enhance the story you want to tell. And I think that that is one of the greatest gifts that, you know, we have as humans. We have imagination. We should be able to spread those wings as much as we can. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much, everyone.
Miss Francesco, please accept our great gratitude and a big round of applause. And thank you for sharing the story and the brilliant advices. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, Francesco xonimga ajoyib chiqish va qimmatbaho maslahatlar uchun minnatdorchilik bildirgan holda kuzatib qolamiz. Navbatdagi finalni Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, sizlarni galdagi muhokamalarga taklif qilib qolamiz. Muhokama mavzusi yakuniy foydalanuvchilar uchun kreativ iqtisodiyot, sarmoyalar, moliya va IT. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to the next plenary, and the topic is the creative economy for end users, investments, finance, and IT. Please welcome the speakers. Trinidad Zaldivar, Chief Creativity and Culture, Inter-American Development Bank. Alexei Sim, Head of Department for Investments, Climate and Ratings, Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade. And please welcome the moderator, Luzma de la Mora, Director, Division on International Trade and Commodities, UN Trade and Development. Please, the stage is yours.
Where should? Okay. Okay, that's good. Is this okay?
Eso me imaginé. Ay, oye, qué bien. Ay, yo no sabes cuántos amigos chilenos adorados tengo. Well, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to our session today, our session on creative economies for end users, investments, finance, and IT. So if it's okay with you, I think that we should get started because I want also to respect the time of our guests here today. And I would like to start this session on creative economies by stating, as has already been mentioned by the presenters this morning, the opening ceremony yesterday, about the importance of one of the fastest growing sectors globally. This sector, as you know, is being developed not only in developed countries, but also among developing economies. And it is probably one of the most important and most dynamic sectors that is creating jobs, is creating business opportunities, it's creating opportunities for small and medium-sized companies, it's creating opportunities for young people, innovators, crafters, so it's a very diverse sector. I would like to start by sharing a few numbers with you. Let me start with a few statistics just to set the scenarios of what we're going to be discussing today. When we're thinking about trade at UNCTAD, we have done some research on trade and trade data. And the data that we have reveals that 70% of creative goods exports and 69% of creative services exports are concentrated only in 10 major countries. Developing countries, led by China, dominate creative goods exports, but creative services are dominated by developed countries. In this session, we will try to discuss and identify what are the finance, infrastructure, and skill gaps, and also explore what we need to do to ensure that more countries can reap the benefit of this very dynamic and very promising sector. The digital creative content is increasingly replacing the physical trade, trading goods like, for example, books, CDs, videos, video games. And available information indicates that there has been a steady growth in global entertainment and media revenues that rose by 5% between 2023, and it is expected that by 2028 it will reach $3.4 trillion. This is over 65% will be coming from digital services. And the fastest growing markets among developing countries are countries like China, India, Indonesia, or Pakistan, just to name a few. Now, the importance of digitalization is that it is creating the opportunity to generate new business models. As has already been mentioned in other presentations and panels today and yesterday, we are talking about partnerships. We're talking about collaborations. We're talking about using new digital instruments like streaming, digital platforms, but we're also talking about demographic shifts. We see younger generations that are consuming more digital content, but they're also driving growth in creative industries as a result not only of their consumption patterns, but the innovations, the ingenuity that they are able to provide to this sector. We have also heard about the artificial intelligence, the challenges, but also the opportunities. What can we do with artificial intelligence to boost this sector, and also, at the end of the day, to create better opportunities, better living conditions, a better life for all us in developing countries. For this to happen, we also need to think about infrastructure. For the digital economy, for the creative economy to take place, we need access, for example, to internet. In 2023, we saw a noticeable disparity in internet access between developed and developing countries. For example, high-income countries, in high-income countries, 93% of people had access to internet, compared to just 27% in low-income countries. So maybe this is an area of opportunity where we should be focusing our investments, our financing, to make sure that people have access to a basic infrastructure to be able to have access to the creative economy. Another important figure that I want to share with you is that women use the internet less than men across all development levels. Among high-income countries, there's a 1% gap, but among developing countries and low-income countries, there's a 14% income gaps. The same happens in the digital divide between urban and rural areas, which can be between 7 percentage points in high-income countries to 30 percentage points in low-income countries. Now, to the issue that we want to discuss today. When we're talking about finance, traditional financing mechanisms are not always endowed to support SMEs in developing creative economy businesses or in being able to develop them in these sectors. The challenges include, for example, the fact that the uncertain nature of creative products, difficult to predict whether they're going to be succeeding or not. Traditional banking lacks information on the sector, the nature of the sector. SMEs in the creative economy lack information on what are the available funding sources. So we see a mismatch of information. We see also a lack of market data for financiers who want to finance or fund these projects in order to be able to make the business decisions they need. And also issues related to intellectual property, copyrights, and how do we value those innovations and ingenuity. Also, we need to train finance professionals. We need to train banks to really understand the potential of the industry and the nature of the industry, which is an intangible sometimes. And intangibles sometimes are difficult to get funding. So those are the obstacles that we want to discuss with our panelists today. What are the difficulties that they see in terms of the development of this sector as we see the development of e-businesses, new digital technologies, and artificial intelligence. So today it is my great honor to introduce to you our two speakers who are experts on these topics. Let me start introducing Mr. Alexei Sim. He is the head of the Department for Investment, Climate and Ratings of the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Welcome, Mr. Sim. I also want to introduce you Ms. Trinidad Saldívar. Ms. Saldívar is the chief at the Creativity and Culture Unit within the Inter-American Development Bank's Sector of Knowledge, Innovation and Communications in Washington, D.C. And she is a specialist in the creative and cultural industries, where she has been able to harness the world of culture and creativity to infuse innovative thinking into the full spectrum of the bank's work. So if I may start, I would like to start by posing a question first to Mr. Sim, Your Excellency. If you could discuss with us today and with the audience, what do you think are the main challenges creative businesses face here in your country, in Uzbekistan, and what steps are you taking in government to attract investments in the cultural and creative industries? Please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, first of all, and thank you, Ms. Musla de la Mora, for the insightful question. The creative industries in Uzbekistan, like in many other developing countries, face several significant challenges. And one of the biggest hurdles is access to financing. Creative businesses often emerge from bold ideas and innovative thinking. And these ventures are typically startups. As we know, startups are inherently high risk, and projects usually without substantial collateral, and which markets traditional financial institutions, particularly banks, hesitant to invest. On top of that, the cost of financing is relatively high in Uzbekistan, and which further complicates the ability of these businesses to survive. Another key challenge is that the creative economy is largely driven by young people, while our youth are full of talent and creativity. Many of them lack of necessary skills. This is important, and experience to compete on global level. They need support in training and opportunities to develop these skills. And in this case, most creative ideas can struggle to gain traction. And it's also important to identify talented children and an early age, even in kindergartens, and provide them with opportunities to nurture and to develop these skills so they can become part of the future creative economy. And lastly, we recognize that there is a lack of systemic support for the creative industries. Creative businesses are unique, and they don't just need financial backing. And they need some tax incentives, they need some mentorship and robust ecosystem, and that nurtures innovation. And these industries require tailored support that understand the specific needs and challenges. As for what we are doing to address these issues, there are several key initiatives underway. The first one, we are working on a new law on alternative investments. This law will pave the way for global players, venture capital funds, angel investors, hedge funds, and others who are willing to finance high-risk, high-reward projects. This will give our creative businesses access to kind of financing that is critical for their growth and success. Another initiative is we have already launched acceleration programs aimed at fostering the growth of exporters, and these programs bring in professional mentors who work closely with businesses, guiding them as they expand into international markets. And the mentors provide training, help with negotiations, and offer strategic advices. We see great potential in expanding these programs to the creative sector. In addition, an important step has been the recent approval by the Senate of the Creative Economy Law. And this law is designed to provide tax incentives, regulatory framework, and financial mechanisms that are targeted in creative industries. And I hope that it will help to create nurturing ecosystem for the businesses. In summary, I taking meaningful steps to create a more supportive environment for creative businesses in Uzbekistan by focusing on financing, mentorship, and education. Thank you very much.
Right. Excellent, Mr. Sim. Thank you so much for highlighting the challenges that the creative economy faces in Uzbekistan, but also sharing with us what is the government doing to address these needs. And now let me turn to our friend here at Trinidad. Trinidad, you have wide experience in creative economy. You are one of the top experts in this sector worldwide. Can you share with us what kind of innovative financing solutions you would suggest are there for creative businesses? And if you could also share with us, you are coming from Latin America, same as me, and we, in our region, we also have our own challenges, but what do you think could be shared from the Latin America experience, Latin America and the Caribbean, that could be some reference point for Uzbekistan in terms of the financing challenges and development challenges of this very dynamic sector? Thank you, Trinidad.
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you for the organizers. I'm thrilled to be here in Uzbekistan. It was a dream of mine. And regarding your question, and coming from Latin America and the Caribbean, a bank that covers Latin America and the Caribbean, it is interesting because many times we share the same pains and the same problems. So what is interesting is that for many countries, these sectors were invisible many years ago. Nobody was paying attention to these sectors because they seem like just to be something that is, they weren't an investment, but something that you spend money and you don't recover anything. So, but in recent years, culture and creativity has been declared as an essential global asset that needs to be placed at the center of public policies due to this intrinsic nature. And precisely because of the results and on an economic impact that generates culture and how favorable, you were mentioning the numbers, is the projections for the future. It is necessary not only to have in place good public policies and good understanding of, but also review the financing system and innovate in its models. And there's a need for a new or a revisited financial scheme that addresses the future challenges more effectively and efficiently. And at the same time, what we are seeing is that even the private sector is going through a shift of paradigm, we can say. So investment in the world, they're going through this shift, and many investors wants to participate in solving the current social and environmental challenges, creating new business models, more aligned with these global challenges that we're facing. And this is the impact economy. So if you put together both things, you can see challenges and new ideas that can come up here. But regarding your question, I think it is a moment to be bold and brave. So it is like we have been working with tools, financial tools and ideas that are 1.0 in a reality that is 4.0. So we have to make this, shift really quickly and understand what are the things that you can do. We work a lot at the bank in public policy. So we go with the government and we help them to create these policies to really address the needs of the industry. And this is not easy, you know that it's not easy at all, but if we don't start, this won't happen, so it's not going to happen. And so part of this is the public policies, and then many things that you were talking today is like invest in training and digital capacity, etc. And but also I would like to mention some of the examples that we have been implementing in Latin America and the Caribbean that could be of interest in other regions, and we would love to learn more about the things that are happening here. So maybe we can have an exchange. Many times our countries have such much more in common than the countries that we're always looking at. Like we're looking at Europe, we're looking at the United States, but many times we have to look at Uzbekistan or India or I don't know. So we are obsessed with South Korea as well. But in terms of what we have been doing, the bank has done a couple of financial tools that are interesting. One was the creative vouchers. So creative vouchers was an instrument where companies will hire a creative person in a very traditional company, in a very traditional economic sector, to see if they can unleash innovation and better products and also better processes. The results were really amazing, but also the opposite way. So having people from the traditional sector working in creative companies, so they could solve the problems that they cannot solve. So these results were really encouraging, and we pilot these creative vouchers in Uruguay and in Paraguay with really, really good results. And then we also partner with the Bancoldex, it's a bank in Colombia, to launch the first orange bond. Orange because we and here in the audience we have the author of this first book, The Orange Economy, Felipe Buitrago. So we named the creative industries or the creative economy as the orange economy. So they launched this orange bond to finance the small SMEs in the creative industries in Colombia. That had a big influence in 32 departments of Colombia, with a focus on about 10 subsectors of the creative industries, where 31% was focused on the modernization of the company and 68% on working capital, reaching an impact of 60% of micro enterprises, 38% of SMEs, and 2% in large companies. And this is important because many times the companies that get the money are the largest one. They know how to do it. So the problem is with the small one. So those are two examples that we can talk about, but I would like to continue the conversation. I have much more here, but it's interesting for an institution that like the Inter-American Development Bank, a bank that was devoted to work in infrastructure, in bridges, hospitals, then started working in these sectors. So.
Well, thank you, Trinidad, and you really laid the ground very well for my next question to Vice Minister Sim. Considering the challenges small and medium-sized companies face in securing traditional financing, what do you see as alternative models, for example, crowdfunding, microcredits, that can be adapted to suit the creative industries more effectively?
Thank you for the question. And we know that SMEs, especially in the creative industries, often struggle to secure traditional financing. And as I told before, we are developing new alternative investment law. And banks see this business as a high risks, and mainly because they rely on ideas and intellectual property which are harder to value and as a collateral. And we see as one of great example of how this can be addressed in South Korea, where they have successfully adopted crowdfunding platform for the creative sector, and platform like Tumblebug. And Tumblebug specifically focus on funding of services in creative sectors, such as developing films, music, and design. And what makes it works is that it allows small investors to support projects they believe, and while creators maintain control over their work. And this model has helped countless creatives bring their ideas and to fundraise some financing for their projects. And for Uzbekistan, adopting crowdfunding platforms that focus on creative projects could be very effective, and by creating local platforms like Tumblebug, I think will help. Additionally, we found that microloans experience was very good in Bangladesh, where the Grameen Bank provides small, low-interest loans to entrepreneurs without the need for traditional collateral. And it was really a successful experience, and I think we can just make some adjustments and to implement maybe it in Uzbekistan. I think it's a really good alternative financing way of financing these creative projects without collateral. Thank you.
Excellent, Mr. Sims. Thank you so much. And it really makes me think that creators are creators. They're not business people, so they need to be trained. And combining, being a creator, an innovator, a designer, it does not necessarily come along with financial experience, expertise, exactly knowing how to navigate the financial sector or knowing how to develop a business. I mean, it's a completely different story. But the challenge for the innovator, the small one, is to combine both of them. So maybe, Trinidad, you can share with us what you were mentioning before with respect to what are the alternatives that SMEs in the creative economy have to get access to the financing, which probably most of the time is like half of the possibility of having a successful business.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. We studied the creative entrepreneurs. We have a study of the creative entrepreneurs, and one of the things that we saw is that most of them, they do their little businesses on the side of their real jobs. And then why? Because they don't have access to finance, so they need to have a real job to finance their own businesses. But what I would say is, like, I think we have to also to to go and to really break this idea that creative people cannot be also business savvy. Because the problem is that we are trained, the creative people are trained just to do their creative jobs and not other skills that they would need for life. So it's kind of irresponsible in a way to launch them to the world without the tools to really make out a living from their passion. So, and I always say that Michelangelo was one of the greatest impresario of his time. He has so many workers, and he was a great businessman. So it's not, and he didn't, his work wasn't like impoverished because he was a great impresario. So it is important that as well as we train artists and creators to do the most amazing job in their creations, also give them the tools to manage in the real world and to know how to deal with the financial sector and to deal with the customers and to deal with, it's not that they have to become the best ones, but also we have to invest in the creative ecosystem that is made out of the creative people, but also other disciplines that support their businesses, like lawyers, accountants, designers, well, that are also marketing. So these are the things that it is important. Right now, many times they live isolated. So the important thing is to create these clusters, to put together people with different skills that they could grow these sectors much easily. So you see this when some of them, they got associated, like, I don't know, the Association of Video Gamers. And then the path of growing is exponential. As soon as they get together, they start working together, and they start working with other professions that help them to thrive and to move forward. So I think, in a way, part of this is on training them to be the best in their skills, but also, and it's interesting because we were doing a project in Mexico with the artisans. And I remember having these conversations. There were tables, and the artisans said, please, to the universities, please don't teach us more about how to knit or do our embroiderings. We are the experts, but we need to know how to sell in social media, how to manage our social media, how to put the right prices on our products. Those are the things that we need to learn, not how to do our crafts. We are the experts. So I think there is a shift. So the isolated artists are created that this is not going anywhere right now.
Well, thank you, Trinidad, for sharing with us this very challenging but important reality. I mean, the creative economy needs creators that are able to find the support that they need to develop their business. I mean, it's not being a creator can create art or products or services in the creative economy, but not necessarily that translates into automatically knowing how to do business. And I think that it's awareness that will help us to create this ecosystem. And now I would like to go one step beyond and talk a little bit about how can we take advantage, how can the creative economy take advantage of the international markets? We have the digital, we have e-commerce, we have, I mean, really it's one market, it's one global market. There's many ways in which communities can have access to customers beyond their communities. So I would like to start asking Mr. Sim, please, what role do you see for government at the policy level, at the promotion level, to foster either an ecosystem with the financial instruments, or what kind of instruments do you see that could be developed or put in place to support local communities, local SMEs have access to the international market? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I see the government policy playing a critical role in fostering a financial ecosystem that supports both local creative and talent and connects them to the international market. First, it's about broadening access to financing, as I told before, through alternative sources. For example, we are working on law, as I explained before, and this law will support the businesses with high-risky financing, and this is very important. Secondly, and we need to develop a clear strategy for the growth of specific sectors within the creative economy. And this includes setting clear priorities, and whether it's digital or media or other sectors. And we can channel resources more effectively and ensure these sectors are able to grow in structure. Third, we plan to create a financial center that specializes in supporting tech and creative industries. And this would allow entrepreneurs to grow this idea and to implement this idea to find the financing. And lastly, and it's a really important step, is introducing modern legal tools like corporate agreements, options, and indemnities, warranties, and so on, because otherwise it will be really difficult to structure the deals and to attract venture capital and other angel investments. And that's why we are working on it, and I hope that we will finalize it in the beginning of the next year. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Sim, for sharing these very important initiatives for the creative economy and SMEs. Trinidad, if I may ask you, where do you see the funding gaps, or I should say the funding opportunities? Where should the money go to? Where do you see from the Inter-American Development Bank that it could be a good investment opportunity, a good bet to support this economy?
Well, one of the things that we are seeing is that we are in a moment of an aggressive demand of creative content, digital content in the world. So, and if we see the numbers, 15% of the content in these audiovisual platforms like Netflix or Amazon Prime or Apple TV or whatever, 15% of the productions there are made in Spanish and Portuguese. Most of this content is produced in Spain and Portugal, not in Latin America. Can you believe that? And we are the best content creators ever. So having this in mind, we were like, what do we need to do? What has to change? So we partnered with Netflix in a study to understand what do the region need to really go and really be part of this demand, this offer. And what we discover is what these big companies didn't find in Latin America was all these skills like below the line. So what we need is to train people not only to be great filmmakers, but script writers, electricians, makeup artists, costume designers, chauffeurs, catering. So the whole value chain for the industry that also goes to other industries, because what would work for the audiovisual industry is also good for advertisement or carnivals or festivals. So one of the things that we have to put attention, we have to invest in our people, in training our people and our human capital. Without human capital, trained human capital, we're not going to do anything. So this is one of the things. So And in terms of the governments, is for them, as soon as we started talking to the ministers of finance, this is my target. So to tell them, well, this creates wealth, employment, but also social impact. So as soon as they understand how much employment you can get, etc., you have to start working with the sectors to make them part of the economy. Most of them, they don't feel they are part of the economy. So for that is important. And when you see these sectors that some of them are growing in 2 digits, so which sectors in our economies are growing that fast? None. So it's like a no-brainer to invest on them, but it's not easy. It is not easy. Many times creators are not making things easier as well. We are kind of difficult people. But on the other side, we have to start working with the both sides of the equation. And this is the important thing. But why to invest? We know if you invest, and Uzbekistan is a dream, but if you invest in cultural infrastructure, the return of this investment is much, much higher than many other industries. Many other industries. I always put the case of a city in the south of Spain, Malaga, that 30 years ago was nothing. Nobody stopped by there. And they decided to invest in two ways, in cultural infrastructure and new technologies. And this, right now, this is one of the cultural cities from Spain, the best city to live in the world. They doubled how do you call it? Even in Spanish, I will remember. But the GDP, but also the income, the income of the people and all the people that were going out of Malaga at the beginning because they're coming back. So those are the things that are really interesting.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, Trinidad. I would like to see whether there's anybody in the audience that would like to ask a question to our panelists. If there's anybody that would like to take advantage of our experts here. Yes, there's one hand over there. If you could please hand the mic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you all to visit Uzbekistan, Tashkent. So during the conversation, I heard that our minister said that our banks look at the new startups as a risk, high risk. And what we offer, how can I say, the central bank may offer banks to lower refinancing rate when they financing small startups and supports them. If you make the refinancing rate as flexible as taxes, we can achieve the growth and financing of new startups and new creative ideas. And I want to know your, what do you say about this idea?
Sure.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Sim.
Thank you very much for sharing these ideas. I'm not a central bank and I'm not responsible for monetary policy. But as far as I can judge, I think that the refinancing rate is really sensitive issue. And we don't have to be very fast and slow in decreasing the rate, because it may cause the inflation. And that's why I think a lot of governments, they are very accurate in adjusting refinancing rate. That's why I told that we are going on another way. We are trying to attract venture funds, venture capital, and other resources in order to finance these high-risky startups. Because, for commercial banks, the NPL is a king. That's why they don't want to finance these high-risky projects. That's why I think we have to focus on alternative ways of financing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sim. Yes, there's another question over there, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm from the Philippines. This is not really a question, but rather an offer of friendship. If we could be part of your conversation, you're mentioning about the conversation between, players from Central Asia, such as Uzbekistan, as well as from South America, which is very familiar also. We're facing the same challenges on financing, the frustration about, content being derived from our countries but being produced elsewhere. And our obsession with South Korea. That's definitely something that we share. So we hope that we can also be part of that conversation. We're also in the middle of, trying to grasp the issues. You mentioned the voucher, Miss Trinidad. It's something that we're also looking into, but a voucher can be many things. So we're still in the middle of figuring out how we can help Filipino creatives excel in being good businessmen, business persons, while maintaining the craft in their creative work. So thank you very much. It's been an enlightening panel so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Trinidad, would you like to comment?
Yeah, well, we would love to and the Philippines, we have such a strong history back with Latin America. So, but regarding with the vouchers, we can share all the information. We do have some studies of the impact that we had with them, but also we can share others. We share a lot of the challenges, but also I think since we are who we are, we can really be blunt and bold and try things that nobody else has been trying before. And in terms of the companies, we know that it's difficult for the private sector to understand and to invest and to go into to invest in these sectors, but many times government can act as this bridge between these SMEs or with the private sector for the financing. We've seen some examples in Chile, so that we can also share with you that are really interesting, how many times the government could be the support in a way could absorb the risk in a way that creatives could have the resources to create their jobs, so their products. So there are many examples that we can share, and I would also love to learn more about the Philippines and Uzbekistan as well.
Thank you, Trinidad. Well, we have time for two more questions. If you could please pass the mic. We will have those two final questions and then we'll wrap up. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Vlad Davidov. I'm from Russia. And we have an IP chain association in the country which has developed the digital layer in between creatives and the businesses, in between the state, the public sector and the private sector. Actually speaking about and I would like also to be the part of this conversation, because within the association there is a bank which has developed along with the members of the association the alternative investment solution, which is based on IP. So IP is used as a collateral over there. And it's also a massive system for IP circulation, registering, protection, monetization along the way, which I will be happy to share with you later on past the panel. And thank you for the information here.
Excellent, thank you. There was somebody else that wanted to ask a question there? Yes, that will be the last one, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Aziza Khan, and I'm the freshman at the Academic Lyceum under the University of World Economy and Diplomacy. And my question is that which strategy would you recommend for the investment that primarily involves the buying and selling the stocks and exchange-traded funds? Thanks in advance.
It's too big for me, this question, probably.
Okay. Thank you for asking. I don't know that we have the answer right now to that, but we'll try to get back to you on that. If it's okay with you, I would like to wrap up the session because we're running out of time. Thank you so much for being here. I would just like to start now in the other order. Trinidad, if you could just send a 1-minute message, what would you say is the essential part that you see with respect to financing to develop the creative economy?
Well, for financing is to understand that the creative industries, the cultural and creative industries are a key part in the development strategies of our countries, and we have to understand them and finance them. If not, it's a missed opportunity. If we don't do this, we are missing an opportunity that is not going to come back. And right now that we need to diversify our economies, we need and to be more competitive. It is kind of funny that is culture and creativity one of the key components to do that. So this is for me, I don't know if I'm too convinced, but it's a no-brainer to invest in these sectors.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Sim, 1 minute for your last message to the audience, please.
Creative economy is really a new direction for our economy, and I think that we have to pay attention to unique Uzbek culture that must be implemented, can be implemented to the creative industries. Otherwise, I think it will be difficult to make a good value proposition and to value chain and value capture. How to make it without unique and specific culture that we have. We have a rich and really ancient culture that we can develop through these 3 steps: value proposition and value chain and value capture.
Excellent. Well, I really want to thank our speakers with a round of applause for their intervention. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing.
Ms. Trinidad Saldivar, Mr. Alexei Sim, Ms. Luz de la Mora, thank you for your extended replies. Speakerlarimizga chuqur minnatdorchilik bildirgan holda ularni kuzatib qolamiz.
Hayajonlanyapman biroz. Assalomu alaykum hammaga. Ismim Mo'tabar Xushvaqtova, meni ko'pchilik O'rigul taxallusi bilan biladi. Bugun kreativ iqtisodiyot konferensiyasida nima uchun ekoaktivist kelgan va nima uchun bunaqa kiyimda deb so'rashingiz mumkin. Chunki kreativ iqtisodiyotga ekologiyaning umuman ta'siri yo'qdek, aloqasi yo'qdek sizga tuyulishi mumkin. Aslida unday emas. Agar jamiyatda, ma'lum bir davlatda ekologik muammolar yechilsa va ularga asosan e'tibor qaratiladigan bo'lsa, bu o'sha davlatning iqtisodiyotiga ham albatta ta'sir ko'rsatadi. Bugun mana shunaqa kiyimdaman. Buni o'zi kreativlik. Mavzuni sizga kreativroq yetkazishga harakatni yana bitta ko'rinishi. Masalan, umuman ekologiyani kreativ iqtisodiyotga ta'siri haqida gaplashib olsak, keyin men taqdimotimni boshlayman. Agar jamiyatda, davlatda, ma'lum bir davlatda chiqindilar yaxshi saralansa va ular qayta ishlash tizimi yaxshi yo'lga qo'yilgan bo'lsa, bu davlat do'konlarida yana ham arzonroq mahsulotlar paydo bo'lishni boshlaydi. Chunki biz hozir sotib oladigan hamma narsani deyarli ancha pulini ustidagi qadog'iga to'laymiz, ichidagi mahsulotga emas. Agarda mana shu davlatda chiqindi saralash tizimi juda ham yaxshi yo'lga qo'yilgan bo'lsa, u nafaqat o'zini davlatida mahsulotlarni ishlab chiqara oladi, qayta ishlay oladi, balki chet elga ham mana shu chiqindini xomashyo sifatida sota oladi va bu iqtisodiyotga juda ham katta yordam beradi. Mana shunaqa davlatlardan biri bu albatta Shvetsariya. O'zingiz ham bir necha bor eshitgansiz. Mana shu kabi davlatlarning darajasiga yetish uchun shunchaki aholi chiqindini saralashi kerak. Chiqindini saralash haqida esa qayerdan o'rganish kerak? Internetni ochib kimdir o'tirmaydi. Bugun keling, o'zim uchun o'rganib olaman chiqindini qanaqa saralashni deb. Chunki hammani o'zini hayotda ishi ko'p va bu yerda influencerlar, blogerlar, umuman media sohasidagi odamlar yordamga keladi. Agar ommaviy axborot vositalari, ijtimoiy tarmoqlar ekologiya haqidagi ma'lumotlarga to'la bo'lsa, internetni ochganingizda, Google'da o'zbek tilida mikroplastik nima deb yozganingizda mikroplastik haqida rostdan ham yaxshi ma'lumotlar chiqsa, ko'p ma'lumotlar chiqsa, demak, sizda bilim olishga manba bo'ladi. Men kabi blogerlar, influencerlar esa mana shu bilimni yetkazishga hozirda mashhur bo'lmagan, hozirda trendda bo'lmagan, lekin muhim bo'lgan bu mavzuni yetkazishda yordam beradi. Mana shu natija esa odamlarni chiqindi saralashiga olib keladi. Odamlar chiqindi saralasa, bu davlat iqtisodiyotiga katta yordam beradi. Endi siz bilan kreativlik haqida gaplashamiz. Nima uchun men 4 yil oldin ekologiya bo'yicha blog ochib, hozirda sizni qarshingizda turibman? Demak, men qayerdadir kreativroq, boshqacharoq yo'nalish tanladim. Bu meni Instagramim, agar bilmasangiz, ko'rmagan bo'lsangiz, ko'rib olishingiz mumkin. O'zi nima haqida gapiryapti, qanaqa kreativ bu? Birinchi navbatda biroz orqaga qaytadigan bo'lsak, ekologiya haqidagi blogni ochishimdan oldin o'zim hayotda eko faol edim. Atrofimdagilarga, singlim, qo'shnilar, qarindoshlar, ko'chadagi bolalarga biron nima tushuntirishga, agar yerda musor bo'lsa, chiqindi bo'lsa, uni olishga harakat qilar edim. Lekin buni ommaviy ravishda qilmaganman. Faqat farzandim tug'ilgandan keyin men kelajakka vahima bilan qarashni boshladim. Nima bo'ladi? Uni davrida nima bo'ladi? 16 yoshga to'lganida, 18 yoshga to'lganida Chorvoqdagi suv omborida suv qoladimi? Havo sifati yaxshi bo'ladimi? Qanaqa salomatligi bilan muammolar bo'lmaydimi? Va bu narsa meni juda ham qiynashni boshladi. Kelajak haqida biz o'zi ko'pincha qiynalib, kelajak haqida o'ylaganda o'zi ko'pincha xavotirga tushamiz, chunki nima bo'lishini bilmaymiz. Qaysidir masalalarni ochiqligi bizni xavotirga soladi aslida. Bu esa bilimsizlik hisoblanadi. Men shunda ekologik muammolar haqida qidirishni boshlaganman internet tarmoqlarida, chet el sahifalarida va shuni bildimki, o'zbek tilida ekologiya haqida juda ham kam ma'lumot bor. Hattoki Google'da ham manba topishingiz juda ham qiyin. Asosiy ma'lumot rus tili va ingliz tillarida. Shunda ekologik muammolar o'qiganim, mana bu maqolalar menga juda ham zerikarli tuyulishni boshladi. Nima uchun bizdagi ijtimoiy roliklar yoki qanaqadir maqolalar shunaqa zerikarli yoziladi, katta yoziladi. Odam o'qimaydi-ku buni yoki o'sha ijtimoiy rolikni ham oxirigacha ko'rmaydi-ku. Nimaga shuni kreativroq berish mumkin emas deb o'ylab qoldim va o'zimni Instagram sahifamda mana shu kreativlikni, o'zimni xayolimdagi g'oyalarni amalga oshirishni boshladim. Mana shu faktni o'qing. Har bir odam yiliga o'rtacha 700 dan ko'p plastik xalta ishlatadi. Bu fakt. Faktni mana bu saytdan tekshirib olishingiz mumkin. mana shu faktni o'qiganingizda ko'z oldingizga hech narsa kelmaydi. Bu ma'lumot sizga ta'sir qilmaydi. Chunki siz 700 dona paket qanday ko'rinishini bilmaysiz. Basseyndek ko'rinadimi, tog'dek ko'rinadimi, yoki sizni bitta xonangizni to'ldiradimi? Siz buni bilmaysiz va ma'lumot sizga hech qanaqasiga ta'sir qilmaydi. Qanday paket ishlatgan bo'lsangiz, yana paket ishlatishda davom etasiz. Men mana shu mavzuni boshqacha berishga harakat qildim. Mana shu faktni o'qiganimda meni ko'zim oldiga 700 ta paket qanday ko'rinar ekan degan savol keldi va uni kiyim ko'rinishda, odam ko'rinishda jonlantirishga harakat qildim. 3 kun mobaynida, bu hech qaysi toza paket emas. 3 kun mobaynida ko'chadan, qo'shnilardan yig'ilgan paketlarni men mana shu kiyimga tikdim. Kiyimda 700 ta emas, 250 ta paket bor. 250 ta paket o'rtacha 3 oyda har bir inson chiqaradigan paket hisoblanadi. Va men mana shu kiyimda Toshkent bo'ylab yurdim. Endi ana u fakt bilan mana bu videoga qarang. Можно звук поднять? Ko'rib turganingizdek, bu ma'lumotni berishni kreativ yo'li. Siz o'sha faktni o'qiganingizda ko'z oldingizga hech narsa kelmasligi mumkin, lekin bu rolikni unutish qiyin. 3 oyda men shuncha paket ishlatar ekanman deb o'ylaysiz. Va bu to'g'ridan to'g'ri iste'molchiga ta'sir qiladi. Iste'molchi paket olishdan biroz bo'lsa ham tiyiladi. Uzr. Umuman hech qaysi odam do'konga borganda, plastik xalta olganda o'ylab o'tirmaydi, to'xta, olishdan oldin bir ko'raychi, plastik xalta zararlimikan, yo'qmikan? Va internetni ochib, titkilab, tekshirib, o'qib o'tirmaydi. Chunki biz juda ham tez hayotda yashaymiz va bu bizga o'sha o'ylab to'xtashga vaqt bermaydi. Lekin hech kim e'tibor bermaydigan kundalik hayotda lekin har kuni ishlatadigan paketlar mavzusini men shunaqa inkluzivlashtirdimki, bu mavzu 335 ming marta ko'rildi va 25 ming marta mana bu yurakchaga ega bo'ldi. Mavzuni hech kim o'zini hayotida ishlatmas edi. Balki ayrisda o'qiydiganlar o'qigan bo'lishi mumkin, bu mavzuga duch kelishi mumkin, lekin oddiy odam kundalik hayotida bu mavzuga duch kelmaydi. Inkluziya, ya'ni mavzuni hamma uchun teng qilish, bu degani nima degani? 7 yoshli bola ham tushunadi, 70 yoshli bola ham, odam ham tushunadi, yo ayol kishi ham tushunadi, erkak kishi ham tushunadi. Mana shu mavzuni qanchalik inkluziv qilsangiz, shuncha u boshqalarga yetib boradi va mana bu bilim mavzu odamlarning hayotidan o'rin oladi va ularning hayotida bitta zanjirchalar paydo bo'lib, oxirida katta rezultat, ya'ni natijaga olib keladi. Bundan tashqari, kreativlik sohasi juda ham qiziqarli soha. Biroz o'ylash, biroz ko'chirish mumkin. Men har doim qanaqadir joyda men har doim qayerdadir qatnashsam, albatta o'sha qatnashadigan vaqtimni maksimal foydali qilishga harakat qilaman. Mana bugun ustimda turgan kiyimni ham atayin mana shu konferensiya uchun qildirdim va ichi to'la chiqindi, ko'rib turibsiz, to'kilib yotibdi. Xuddi shu kabi mana bu piket, birinchi piket. Bu obodonlash ishlari bilan qilingan piket va ularni mehnatiga bo'lgan biroz bo'lsa ham hurmatni uyg'otish uchun qilingan narsa. Undan keyin meni bir konferensiyaga taklif qilishdi. U konferensiya umuman ekologiya haqida emas edi, lekin men moderator edim. Men aytdim, o'zi ekofaolman-ku, biron mavzuni olib chiqay, hech bo'lmasa men o'sha joyda ekologiya haqida gapira olmasam, ustim gapirsin, kiyimim gapirsin va men bolalar asalari kiyimini ijaraga olganman, bu bolalar kiyimi. Va o'sha joyda jiddiy moderator sifatida asalari kiyimida o'tirganman. Va so'raganlarga asalarlar qirilib ketyapti. Chunki ularni noto'g'ri pestitsidlash, ya'ni o'sha o'simliklarni noto'g'ri vaqtda pestitsidlash, dorilash ularni o'limiga sababchi bo'lyapti. Arilar o'lsa, yer yuzida katta muammolar bo'ladi degan faktni aytdim. Meni ko'rganlar, nimaga bunaqa yuribsan deganlarga men shu faktni aytdim. 10 ta odam shu konferensiyada mana shu ma'lumot bilan ketsa, bu men uchun yutuq. Chunki o'sha 10 ta odamdan 10 tasi asalarini o'ldirmaydi ertaga. Va ularga bo'lsa ham biroz bo'lsa ham mehri oshadi. Mana bu 3-rasm ham juda ham mashhur bo'lib ketgan. Chunki bizda nima archa ekiladi va archa bizni iqlimga to'g'ri kelmaydi. Shuni natijasida u so'lib qoladi. Men shuni archa haqida gapirish orqali qilib ko'rishga harakat qildim va oxiri bir narsa to'xtadimki, archani o'zi gapirsin. Va xuddi archani qo'li chiqib turibdi va u piket qilyapti. Ey, meni ekmanglar, iltimos degan narsani o'yladim va shu narsani amalga oshirdim. Umuman kreativlik ekologiya sohasida juda ham muhim. Hamma sohada ham muhim. Nimaga? Chunki odamlar yengil-yelpi narsani yaxshi ko'radi. Hazm qilish oson bo'lgan narsani yaxshi ko'radi, lekin hayot, ekologik muammolar bizni kutib turmaydi. Ey, bularni qachon aqli kirar ekan? Qachon bular o'nglanar ekan deb kutib turmaydi. Ekologik muammolar yana ham jiddiylashib ketaveradi. Odamlar bu tomonga qaragan paytda mana bu rostakasi muammoga e'tiborni qaratish juda ham muhim. Shuning uchun ham bizga kreativlik juda ham kerak bo'ladi. Ekologiya sohasi, siyosat va boshqa zerikarli bo'lgan, lekin aslida muhim bo'lgan sohalarni albatta kreativ yondashish orqaligina odamlarga yetkazish mumkin. Inklyuziya o'zi nimaligini aytib o'tishim kerak. Inklyuziya mana shu odam ma'lumotni hammaga yoki ma'lumotni yoki joyni, meni o'zimni fikrlashim, hammaga teng bo'lishi, hammaga qulay bo'lishi. Masalan, shahar infratuzilmasi nafaqat ayollarga, balki bolalarga, nafaqat ayol erkaklarga, balki bolalarga, o'sha onalarga, bolasi kichkina bolasi bor, aravachada yuradigan onalarga ham qulay bo'lishi kerak. Nogironligi bo'lgan shaxslarga ham qulay bo'lishi kerak. Nogironlikning esa bir necha turi bor. Ko'zi ojizlik, boshqa. Ko'zi ojiz odamga ham shahar qulay bo'lishi kerak. U ko'chaga chiqqanda birovdan yordam kutmasdan harakatlana olish kerak. Mana shu inklyuziya, inklyuziv shahar. Ma'lumotlar ham inklyuziv bo'la oladi. Agar siz ma'lumotni kreativ bera olsangiz, uni qanaqadir, bunaqa emas, hamma qilgandek emas, bunaqa qilib ko'ring. Mayli sundan kulishsin, lekin bunaqa qilib ko'ring deb har xil tomonlarni o'ylab ko'rsangizgina ma'lumot inkluzivlashadi. Ya'ni siz mana bitta gapni gapirib turgan joyingizda 10 ta odam tushunsa, keyin unga kreativlik qo'shganingizda shu gapingizni 50 ta odam tushunadi. 50 ta odam uchun ma'lumot inkluzivlashdi. 50 ta qiziqarli ekologiya mavzusi umuman qiziq bo'lmagan odam uchun yer mavzusi bugun qiziqarli bo'lib qoldi. Yer nima ekan? Nimaga undan mana bunaqa plastik chiqindilar tushyapti degan narsa sizni xayolingizdan endi o'tadi va siz mana shu tasvirni unuta olmaysiz. Ya, bo'ldi ekan. Bo'ldi ekan. Shu bilan o'zi necha daqiqa bo'ldi? У меня сколько есть времени еще? 5 минут? Супер. Oxirida xulosa qilib aytmoqchimanki, kreativlik o'zi nima uchun mana shunaqa har ko'yga solib yuraman o'zimni? Odamlar e'tibor berish uchun mavzuga. Mavzu juda ham muhim. Men uchun juda ham muhim va har bir odam uchun muhim bo'lishi kerak. Chunki bir odam ekologik muammolarni yecha olmaydi, lekin ko'pchilik bunga albatta ta'sir ko'rsata oladi. Nimaga? O'zingiz ham bilsangiz kerak, kimdir chiqin tashlab ketadi. Toza-yu, bitta men kichkinagina sigaret qoldig'ini tashlaganimni siz o'zgarmaydi deb tashlab ketadi. Orqasidan ikkinchisi kelib tashlaydi, uchinchisi kelib tashlaydi, to'rtinchisi kelib tashlaydi va bir oy yo 10 kun deganda o'sha yerda katta tog' paydo bo'ladi, chiqindilar uyumi paydo bo'ladi. Xuddi shu narsa, agar teskarisiga bo'lsa-chi, chiqindi tashlash, chiqindini saralash, suvni tejash, mayli bir stakan bo'lsa ham o'sha tushnayotganda suvni tejash. Ertaga 100 ta odam qilsa nima bo'ladi? Bu necha ming kub metr suv. Necha ming kub suv, necha ming chiqindi kamayishi, necha ming poligonlarni kilometrlab maydonni qisqarishi degani. Har bitta odam mana shu zanjirda o'zini o'rnini bila olishi kerak. O'rnini bila olish uchun siz mana shu o'rningizni bila olishingiz uchun, ma'lumot yig'ishga, ekologiya mavzusiga qiziqishingiz uchun mana shunaqa kreativlik qilishadi. Aslida boshqa kreativlarni ham ko'rgan bo'lishingiz mumkin. Radikal kreativliklar bor. Bu o'sha yaxshi san'at asarlariga sho'rva to'kilish yoki kiyimlarga chizish yoki ko'chaga chiqish orqali qilinadi. Bu ham e'tibor tortish uchun. Ba'zida inson buni boshqacha yo'lda ko'rsatadi, ba'zida bunaqa yo'lda ko'rsatadi. Shuning uchun ham o'z kreativligingizni o'zingiz qidiring ichingizdagini va uni albatta o'zingizning sohangizga yo'naltiring. Agarda men faol bo'lmaganimda yoki tarjimon bo'lmaganimda, masalan, istirohat bog'ida poyezd haydaydigan odam bo'lganimda, men har doim o'zimni boshimdan oyog'imgacha bolalarga qiziqarli bo'lgan kiyimni kiyib olardim va salomim va xayrim bo'lardi meni. salom bolalar, qalaysizlar? Masalan, bu salomim bo'lardi yoki xayrlashayotganda, xayr, salomat bo'ling. Biron narsa aytardim va men qanaqadir o'zimni o'sha ishimni, oddiygina poyezd haydashni kreativroq qilgan bo'lardim. Xuddi shunaqa har bitta sohani kreativ qilish mumkin. Oddiygina ona bo'lib turib dekretda o'sha onalikni ham kreativroq qilish mumkin. Oddiygina singil bo'lib turib opaga boshqacha kreativ gapirish mumkin. Har doim kreativlikni qidirish mumkin. Chunki insonni asosiy boshqa mavjudotlardan ajratib turadigan narsa menimcha bu kreativlik. Kreativlik esa hammaning ichida bor. Faqatgina uni namoyon qiling va o'zingizni sohangizga yo'naltiring. Hammaga rahmat. Umid qilamanki foydali bo'ldi. Chiqindi tashlamang. Ko'rdingizmi, yerni ichi chiqindiga to'lib ketdi. Xayr, salomat bo'ling.
Thank you, Miss Mutabar, for your speech and creativity. Fikrlaringiz va kreativ yondoshuvingiz uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, soat 14:00 ga qadar tushlik uchun tanaffus e'lon qilinadi. Qisqa tanaffusdan so'ng munozara davrasidan o'z o'rningizni egallashingizni so'rab qolamiz. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a lunch break. Please enjoy your time, and after we'll be waiting for you here at 2 p.m. to join plenary sessions.